Okay, finally. Are we good? I think we're good. We're good. Okay, what's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. I need a minute to catch my breath. Oh, I've been doing some stuff around the house. Usually my Sundays are laundry day. I made it today. I probably should have left it for tomorrow. Anyways, we're here. We'll get started momentarily, I think. I don't know what the game plan is. I don't know who's going to be available. Saturdays can be rough at this time, just because most groups are already organized a few hours ago. If for some reason I can't get a crawl, we'll probably switch over to a different tune. Maybe dabble around with the Paladin or the Dire Lord or something. Let me see what I got here first off. Okay. That's covered. I gotta see. People have been sending me messages. Okay, so... Nobody else around. Might have to see if I can squeeze into somebody else's group. Mm-hmm. Well, that poses a problem. Let me see. Who sent me a tell? Our Dire Lords on the other side of the continent, right? Hey, Mr. MRI Tube? Mr. iTube? Okay. All right. Why didn't that... Okay, they're with them over in Eastern Plains. We might not get a crawl going if we don't have an enchanter or a shaman made available. Okay, let's see. Nothing we want to do there. We still don't have a relic. I know there's the relic inside Halnir's. There's no point in me going down there, though. We'd be sitting there for hours on hours in the hopes that it spawned. If I decided to switch over to a tune, any particular tune you guys would want to see, we have the warrior, we have a dire lord, we have a paladin, we have a monk, and I think we have a necromancer. I mean, I'm still looking for people to see if we can get into something, but we're missing a number of people I thought might be on this evening. Now, it could be they're on alts, and I just don't know who their alts are. Who's on in guild? Nobody close. No. I'm in a dilemma. There was someone in level chat. Who was in? Where were you? That's the name. Well, if that's what I have... Hey, Atakan, what's happening? How you doing? Oh, my washer's ticking. I chose this evening to be laundry. I usually do laundry on Sundays, but I wasn't doing I was doing housework, so I figured, well, you know what? Since I'm up and down the house, I may as well go ahead and start laundry too. I started laundry, and then I had a phone call and had to go out to run an errand, and that took, I mean, it was probably 20 minutes of an errand, but it ended up taking me 3.5 hours to get back home. So I started doing laundry. I got, I think, 2 loads left. So I'll probably go AFK probably in about 30 minutes or so. I'll see to that, switch that out. try this. I guess I wouldn't want to go higher than 26. That wouldn't be worth it for anybody. Might have a group. Might have a group, might have a group, might have a group. Might have a group. Cross your fingers for me, chat. We might have a group. Okay, sorry chat, I'm a little quiet because I'm trying to send messages before people end up getting sniped into other groups. Hey man, what's going on? Okay. I think I got Thalindra to possibly come along as well. They're just waiting for something. I guess somebody's dropping something off to them first. Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. What do we have going on? We have no rogues. Okay. Oops. Who do we have for wizards that are on right now? Okay. Nobody. No, I'm in Demeth at the moment, but I'm bound at the stone over there. Everybody listened. That's what was important. Right, gotcha. I'd like to get over there at some point. Did I just... Oh man, of course I did. Man, shoot. Don't you hate when you open something and something spills out and falls to the floor? I already told them. They're in a friend's server at the moment. I guess they're helping them with some tanking questions. That would be cool when needed. Okay, I got half a group together. They're on alts at the moment, helping people. Okay. I don't know what that means. Oh, maybe they have to switch tunes. Okay, gotcha. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys doing for your Saturday? Hey, what's going on, man? Waiting for some responses so I can get some invites done. I'm chewing on some jerky in the meantime. I mean, I've never been to Hangor. I mean, if I can get a group and the group was good with going, we'd go. But if not, lower HC is fine with me. It's a lot of steady XP and plenty of spawns. I have full cold and full toxic. Oh, gotcha. He's smart. He really wants people ready for when he gets over there. We're still waiting on people, chat. We're gonna be a few minutes. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm missing is gloves and wrists. That's it. I got everything else covered. Yeah, I'm really just running this for the XP. You know, once we get down there, I've got it so that I can keep the pulls pretty steady. Ah, I see there. Okay. They're in a group. Bum bum ba dum bum. Who's past the golems? Wait, so are you? Oh, you know. Okay, I was gonna say, are you down by the golems? I realize we're all still in AVP. Oh, gotcha. Well, hey, listen, we had a really good run last night with the golems, figuring out how to break their break. So I mean, if we can get a rhythm of doing that tonight, I wouldn't be opposed to making our way over to the golems. Uh, so it comes down to their heal ability. Around 50%, from 50% to 0, you want to try and interrupt the 2 or 3 heals they try and get off, and then you can kill them outright. If their low HP heal goes off, that's where it bugs out and becomes a problem. And then you have to wait till they heal again, and then you have to beat it down, and then you have to wait till the heal runs out, and it's just a nuisance. So for the most part, for those golems, you're pretty much going to ignore everything and save the interrupts and silences for the heal, whatever it's called, the little green plus sign. Yep, that's it. Okay, we have 4 of 6. Who's that? Oh, he's probably with Elam. Elam was a cleric. Lumpy's a summoner. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. I don't know what's going on. It's Saturday evening. Where's everybody? When was this? Oh no. What's his name? I don't think I've ever grouped with them. Well, they'd be a tank, so I probably wouldn't have grouped with them. Ah, he's too low. They're grouped. Man, it's getting difficult to find the DPS. Wow, that is very unfortunate. That's all that's on in our level? Wow. you're on the other side of the continent. That doesn't help us. Anybody? Does anybody happen to know if Kalphos is around? They've been AFK. They got their LFG tag up, but I've sent them like 3 different tells and there's no response, so I'm assuming they're AFK. I think so. Kalphos? Yeah, he was with us. He's been with me a couple of nights this week. Oh, maybe he's not. Yeah, that's usually how it's been around this level. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I sent them a tell this evening, but they're occupied, so I was like, okay. Yeah, doing real life stuff. Yeah, we got 4 people, man, and I can't find what would be the most common role, and that's DPS. At least not for our level. Man, if I had to guess lack of a class, I would say not many people are playing Rangers. I don't see many Rangers. I know 3. No necros either. Well, I was thinking I might have had Thal, but they're busy doing stuff, I guess. Um, it's been really hard to find. I can't find any DPS. The only person available right now is Kalphos, and like I said, they're not responding to tells. Uh, oh yeah, yeah. I was actually looking for him in the who all list. Okay, sure. I mean, don't make it sound like there's any sort of importance. If he's busy, let him do his thing. But yeah, sure. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would say Praetorus. I mean, putting your LFG tag on and then going AFK, that's counterproductive. Well, I'm just not available during the day. Hey, Sikraz, what's happening? You say that, and that's what I just did. uh, oh, I saw them down in another channel with Thal. I thought they were a group. They must be just chilling and talking then. Oh. They got back to you and said they were interested? Okay, so just so I don't over-invite. So there's Element, Paper, myself, Chadrick. No responses yet. I think Thal may show up, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So one spot is open because Cal hasn't gotten back to me. Sure, why not? Yeah, tell them to just let me know when they're in AVP. Or send me a tell when they're in AVP. Alright, are you on your way to AVP, Chad? Okay. Gotcha. Okay. That's a good plan for everybody, because once we start crawling, we're probably a half hour from where we're supposed to be. So whatever you gotta do, do it now. What's going on, Seacrest? How you doing this evening? What are your Saturday plans? Hopefully find a group. What level in class are you? What server are you on? Oh, 13 Shaman and you're in guild? Look, you're looking at someone who doesn't pay attention to that stuff. I'm to a point right now where I'm just trying to put people in groups. How you liking the Shaman? You liking it pretty well? Hey. Well, I thought I had Thal coming along, but I think they're busy. Oh, hang on, I just gotta tell. No problem, we'll take Thal. Probably. Side piece, you know. Yep. When you say delve paper, you mean like, are we gonna spend some time in here? Yeah. I mean, anywhere from 4 to 6 would be fantastic. I could do 6. I could do 6 if the group stays together for sure. Okay, we have a group. It took some time, but we have a group. We are. No problem. You can buff now if you want to. With Zilch being 22, the Black Rose guards and the crew bosses are probably going to see him, so... We could always move to the safe room. You should be okay down to the safe room, though. Oh, is this the person you were helping? Standing right next to him. Yeah. No problem. That's fine. I was just saying to the group, we're just going to the safe room. We'll hold up in the safe room until you get there. No. Yeah. Safe room for me is BR, and everybody's been calling ghosts, so... Yeah, Praetorus. That area is good till around probably 26. I mean, you could grind out 27. I probably wouldn't recommend it unless you had nothing else to do, but that spot's good till 26. Unless you want to move over to the golems. I mean, if we can control the whole bug, the heal bug thing, like we did last night, I wouldn't be opposed to go over to the golems and just start pulling golems. But we'd have to get pretty good at beating that bug, so... Because if not, it's just going to be pile on, and then we'll all just get wiped. Gesundheit. We're just sitting here waiting for our group mate. Man, there were so many servers at full capacity when I got to the server screen tonight. And that was like an hour ago. Almost every server. Okay. Oh. Whoop. Okay, so we're all here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're all here. Okay, good. Okay. I'm just getting a bead on the... Okay, they've got it all cleared. And the guard's not up at the moment. So it is a clean run to the ghost in front of the ghost room. I'm going to pull the ghost inside if we're all here but paper. Yo, someone has just recognized my name from EQ. Someone just typed Krushnek with the yellow boots from EQ. That was a thing. That was a thing from back in EQ. I just said, I said, that's a nice EQ reference. And they were like, is that you? And I was like, it's me. Look, see? I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm known everywhere. I get around. I got people from EQ recognizing me. That happens every time I log in. Okay, let me go see how far these guys have pulled. Okay, I've got a disciple coming. I would say, well, we are caster heavy, so if you have anything that would do not so much melee DPS or melee mitigation, that would work. Okay, I'm bringing a striker. Hey, guess who? What's happening? Yes, we're in HC. We're heading back down to the bottom. Hey, Paper, come down to me, will ya? When that roamer walks away, can you lull the striker on the right? No. Left. Yeah, the one on the left. Yeah, the one on the right's iron-willed, but hang on, just wait till that cultist walks away. Actually, you know what? Let's get the group down here. Everybody come downstairs. Okay, go ahead and lull that one on the left. This group trying to piggyback behind us? Okay, that means the other door may spawn as well. I thought these guys had more of a space between spawns, so be ready. I already cleared the roamer that paths up to the doorway to our right, so we don't have to worry about that one. Krushnek exploits it for grappled, which reduces outgoing damage by 8%. I'm not fussy. My job is to hold aggro. I'm a hoe. Yeah. I'm a hoe and I'm easy, so. How does Warrior feel later on? Able to solo? No. No. If you want a solo, do not play a warrior. No, sir. No, ma'am. No, nobody. Nobody play a warrior for soloing. That is not a thing. Trust me with that, and don't listen to anybody else. Out of the 12 classes that are in the game right now, the warrior is hands down the absolute worst for soloing. Clerics solo way better than warriors do. Warriors are pretty much 100%, 99.8% group dependent. We need somebody else or we need some other people. You can explore, sure, but the minute anything roots you, snares you, knocks you down, you're dead. You're just plain and simple dead. So no, warriors do not solo. Do not play a warrior for the point of soloing. I don't play the warrior because I want the opportunity to solo. I play the warrior because I run my mouth and I'm overly social. So the warrior suits me just fine. But the warrior's great. The warrior's great up to 25 anyhow. Come on down the stairs. I was like, they shouldn't have come up here. There's no... Oh, someone was in the doorway. Okay. Okay, come down and med up. Okay, so, I know someone's still AFK, we'll get them after, but everybody else, drop down to that blue mushroom below us. Okay, Zilch, come over to the edge here and drop down to that blue mushroom. Okay, Paper, you're gonna follow me around here. Okay, here's what's going to happen. We're going to be fighting Crypt Fiends. I don't care if you've all done this before, I'm going to explain anyways. There are two different types. There are cold and fire, so blue and red. The only way to tell the difference between them is the color. With the blue guys, there are two abilities, Ice Spikes and Flash Freeze. They both need to be interrupted. If we get Flash Frozen and Ice Spikes goes off, it's pretty much game over for most of the group. That's going to be a problem. For the fire Crypt Fiends, Combustion is what you're looking to interrupt. If he casts Flame Jet, this is the red ones. If they cast Flame Jet, just let them Flame Jet me. It's not that big of a deal. But Combustion needs to be interrupted when can. At low health, around 15%, they're going to start running. They move a little faster than most other things, so it's almost like a scurry. So we need everybody on them to kill them. Nobody sits down until a mob is dead. The way we're going to break in, when I say I'm going to have Paper Mez, one of these roamers here, I'm going to tell you guys to drop down behind me, and we're going to take the other mob that's down here. When that's done, we may have to pull a third mob, and then we'll get back onto the first mob that Paper Mezzed. Any questions? Fire everything. But stun, interrupts and silences won't matter, because that's action casting. But anything that stops them from running, I don't care if it's a root, snare, knockdown, soliloquy, yeah, I could care less. But everybody jumps on them and everybody kills them. Period. Nobody sits down until a mob is dead. Okay, Paper, the blue one right below us. The blue one right below us, right now. Now, right now. Alright, everybody drop down. Five seconds on taunt. Okay. Got the first one. Okay, Paper, I don't want you to mez anything, but I want you to come up here and target that fiend that's standing stationary on the right. And if it aggro... No, straight ahead. But just standing there on the right-hand side. And if it aggroes when I pull this roamer, go ahead and mez it. .32 strength. That's disgusting. Okay, we can come up to this cross section here. We'll med here. Or we'll make camp here for a few pulls. Alright, this next one's going to get 2. I'm going to target the one against the back wall. That blue one that just walked past us is going to aggro regardless. I'll wait till it walks back. When it walks back, Paper, get it as your target. Okay, incoming. What's happening? Yeah, he was somehow inside the crystal asset. I couldn't even target him. I mean, if you want to get her a headset, we can have a conversation. Like Xbox turn off, like that kind of thing. Sure. Let's go with funny. Sure. Let's go with funny. That's funny. That's fantastic. One of the group mates' spouses is on the cons. I can't even repeat that. I can't even repeat that. I need that roamer to come back. Waiting on a roamer. Might have an ad. I'm on a blue Crypt Fiend. I'm going to keep running back just in case there's a second. No second. I did. I got the second one. That was me, yes. Come on. Come on. Aw, you bugger. Okay, now I got two. I got a red and a blue. I'm on the red. Mez the blue. Oh my god, what a man, look, my name's Krushnek and I'm phenomenal. What is happening? That should have been a two-pull. I guess. No problem, man, no problem. Got the first ice spike. Let's have everybody move up to me. We're gonna get respawns in about 3 minutes. Okay, come on into where Crush is, turn left, and then hug this corner and go all the way around it. Mez that ghost if it adds. We are good. That was a great break-in right there. Reaver has the symbiosis that has to be interrupted. I don't get to see many monks tonight. We've got a monk in the group. Going pretty well. Yeah, we're not... Okay. Come over to Crush. Don't start running parses. Yeah. I don't want people to start putting flagpoles up their arses. I don't need it. Stay close. These guys port like the strikers. Parses always wind up with elitists, and that always leads to a bad situation. And this game isn't even in a finished state yet, so if anybody's parsing at all, they're ridiculous and they're absolutely silly. And if you guys parse, you guys are silly, because there's no need to parse in a game that's not even finished yet. Well, I mean, there is that. I did this whole thing with single pulls. That is insane. I cleanly pulled the whole area. I don't recognize that Call of the Dire. Yeah, I don't recognize that either. That's the first time. You can wait right there. I need that Praetorus to path. Yeah, start doing it now. It's just a shadow hand. The Praetorus is supposed to start roaming. They gotta fix that. The Shadow Hand teleported backwards again and popped the Crypt Fiends. That's a bummer that they do that, man. Five seconds on taunt. I'll get the first ice spike off the one I break. Got the first one. I'll get the next one. We can't let these guys come back here. We've got respawns back here. Those guys. I got that one. There's a reason I said everybody on the runners. That was so close. I was spamming my button so fast. I got... I got that one. Good job on all that. Okay. Everybody come down to me. Yeah, group move down to me. Everybody move down here. Met up here, because this Praetorus is not pathing, so we're gonna have to aggro 3. So none of them have any trait of significance. So what we're going to do is the Reaver's going to go first, the Shadowhand's going to go second, and the Praetorus is going to go third. And remember, the Reaver's going to have the symbiosis. No worries. And we can always do a test paper if you want. When I say you can lull the Shadowhand and then immediately try and mez the prey, I'm wondering if the Reaver's going to aggro by itself at that distance with you lulling the Shadowhand. Okay, never mind then. Keep everything the way it is. Just get the 2 on the right mez. We'll take the Reaver first. Yep. Yep, go ahead. I'm still laughing at that earlier scenario. That was funny. Mezd, Praetorus. Yes, Smoke Trick. Smoke Trick is the same thing. Smoke Trick is what the Shadow Hand's gonna do it on me again, so I'm gonna be CC'd for 20 seconds. Oh, nope, he gave it to somebody else. He gave it to Chadrick. Yep. Shield wall at 70, then again around 50, then again around 40, and then after that is Horn of Warfare, which is a fear. I'll watch for the Horn of Warfare. Got the Horn of Warfare. There may be another one. No loot, just kills. That's number 7. Okay. Right. So on the next two here, we have an Evoker and a Disciple. Paper, I'm going to get you to mez the Disciple. The Evoker is the same thing as the Mana Weaver from up above, so the Surge has to be interrupted. Yep, I'll get the first one. Go ahead and mez the Disciple. Mine's down. Oh, hey, Adam and Ryan. Sorry I missed your messages, man. Gonna play a PS2 game called Summoner 2? Summoner 2. What's up, man? What level are we now? We're 25 right now. We are at what's considered, I guess some people call it basement, some people call it lower ghosts, some people call it Praetorus Bridge, some people call it the Golem Camp. It's pretty much the end game camp in this dungeon. Okay, we can come on the bridge for this one. So everybody move to me. Miss the one on the left paper. Been using these streams to go to bed. I play late enough. I have quite a few quite a few viewers that actually put my stream on when they're winding down for the evening. I used to stream games that I'd have to read quite a bit or narrate because there was no voiceover, and I had a couple of parents who would put my stream on to get their kids to go to sleep. I'm not even kidding. I thought it was hilarious. Okay. Okay, we can set up behind this pillar of light. This will be camp. I'll pull back to here. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Paper, you want to come out here? I'll get you to lull this shepherd when it gets underneath us. Okay, well, it's either you or Chadrick. I need a lull from one of yous. Whatever you think is the least effective, I just need somebody with a lull. I know, right? It's kind of intriguing in a sense that they give you a limited hotbar because it means that, you know, you kind of have to optimize your stats and it'll make you stand out above other people that are your same class. But on the hindsight, it's like, man, if I had a second hotbar, it'd be so much easier. Yeah, so Chadrick, jump up here. Be careful, don't jump over and fall, but jump up here and come over to me. And you're going to edge over as close to the right as possible without falling, or else you won't have line of sight on this guy. He's right below us, so tippy toe over to the right. Yep, see him right down there? Hit him with a lull now. Move up to me and move to the right. You can target him, you just gotta edge over a little bit more. Incoming. Good plan. Good job. Nope, just that once. Yep. I mean, realistically, you could probably leave it the way you have it, because the next time they spawn, if you guys if there's any AFKs that reset these, I'm gonna need lull again, but I don't need it for each pull. Yeah, these guys like to choose random targets. I don't know. But regardless, we gotta fight him until he gets another heal off. Are there any decent areas over on the other side of the continent for 25 plus? Again, Evoker's like a Mana Weaver. I'll get the first surge. You're an enchanter and you don't have mez on your hotbar? Imagine you're in a pickup group with people you don't know, and you say, I don't have a mez on my hotbar as like a 24 enchanter. Could you imagine? People be freaking out all over the place. What do you mean you haven't got a mez on your hotbar? I got 2 this time. I'm on the evoker. My interrupt's down for surge. Remember, Reaver has the symbiosis. It'll be interesting because after tonight, I'm not sure if we'll be back down here. I might have to try and figure out where the other areas are for 25 plus content, because this stuff's not going to be worth... I mean, really, to the people that would be around my level. Well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow will be the last day. Tomorrow or Monday. Depending. If I hit 26 down here, I don't see me coming back down here, unless we end up in a group with like 24s. Possibly. The other side of the dungeon is a level or 2 lower than this for right now, so it's not really worth going to the other side of the dungeon. I'd have to look at a new area. Change of scenery will do you good? Yes, a change of scenery will do you good. Well, I haven't been anywhere on the other side of the continent for the most part. We went over about a week ago, and we saw the new city in Eastern Plains. What's it called? Sky Durbus, I think is what I saw. And then we found a bandit camp over there that we were pulling at for a while, and then I haven't been back. But now that Wizards have a port to get you over there, I don't have to worry about running my warrior butt 3 zones over, so that's cool. Wasn't there a roamer? You say the coffee's the perfect temperature? That's the best thing, man. When coffee hits that perfect temperature, there's nothing better. Alright, I'm on a Praetors. Remember, Reavers have symbiosis. Yeah, I specifically went and bought one of those USB cup warmer, mug warmer things online, and then I tested a number of mugs that I had downstairs, and I found the perfect mug to put coffee into, like in the winter, and I just turned the heater on and set the mug on it, and it keeps it at that temperature the whole night. It's fantastic. Hey, Stogan, what's going on? You think people moved to the plains at that point? You're probably right. It's, oh, I don't have it out in front of me at the moment. It's just the heating pad. It's like a base and you put your mug on it, and the base heats up. How dare she? I don't know what I would do without my coffee, man. Because I'm the type of person who doesn't really do static, and I meet so many people, I gotta have my coffee. There's just no way around it. Element. I like that nobody really knows the meta quite yet. It's refreshing. Yes, I agree. That's one of the beautiful things about this game. The fact that it's still in development. There's no... I could listen to other people who are a few levels above me as to where they went, but that wouldn't necessarily mean it's the best location or best area, especially where they keep putting new content into the game on a regular basis. You'd never really know where you should go. I can find some places, but the creatures are all like red or dark orange. That's bad. But I don't really know. I'm told that Hangor is the place to go. That's in the Frost area. That's where you meet the Frost Orcs. That's a pretty cool area, but there's no loot up there right now. I was told yesterday that I guess the names have loot, but the trash do not. So people just go there just to grind and run around and get XP. Now on Wednesday there's supposed to be, people are saying it's a significant patch. But on Wednesday there's going to be a lot of changes made to the 20 to 29 content. That's my understanding. So it will be interesting to see what drops where. Oh, interesting. It is, yeah, it's 2.4 now, up from 1.4. No, they put all the daggers at 2.4. All the fast swinging weapons they put at 2.4 instead of 1.4. Even the crafted stuff that came out at 1.4 now comes out at 2.4. But if anybody needs this on a tune in the group, it's 6 damage, plus 1 strength, plus 1 dex. You know, there were no rogues on tonight at all the whole time I was looking for people, and there were no rogues on last night. Something going on with rogues because they're phenomenal. Is nobody playing them? I knew half a dozen. Man, it's a social game. Find people. I get people that ask me all the time how the warrior is, how the warrior handles soloing. I'm like, are you kidding? No. Out of the 12 classes, we rank 13th. I know people have it in their head. Yeah. I've seen a fair number of people who want to solo in this game, and I get it. I understand the solo mentality. I've known many people over the years that solo. This is not the game for that. I know people are going to justify, I play fine, I give some gear, blah, blah, blah. I get it, but that's not what this game is by nature. They just have soloing for convenience. That's it. So if you're expecting more than that out of soloing, this is not the game for you. Right. Yeah, wait till you get charm and then people start charming these scouts that teleport and backstab. Forget about it. That's wild. I walk up to an orange and say hello, and it smacks me down like 8 seconds later. Okay, I need Chad with Lull again. Okay. Now, you have to wait, Chad, until he gets back. He has to stop directly underneath us. We're watching for the spawn right here. He'll be right underneath us. Like directly, like that, like he'll stop there all the time, and then he'll stop again right there, and then he'll move. Let him go again. Now hit him. We might have two. We only have one. Rats. much of an upgrade is that sword over the hammer you're using? So the reason I'm using the sword is because I get +3 agility and +2 constitution. I'm trying to get my constitution up now that my strength is as high as it is when buffed or when in a group. With the hammer itself, the hammer has the same damage, 8 damage, 2.8 delay. The difference is it has +2 to strength. I was using the hammer to get to 30 strength in a group, but now I can get there without the hammer, so that's why I switched over to this longsword. But also for the constitution, because there isn't enough gear in the game to get my constitution up, and all of my combat arts are based off of strength and constitution, for whatever reason. I mean, we have nothing up at the moment. You can go now if you want. Well, as long as the group is here, I will keep the pulls coming. Don't worry about that. Get this XP while you can. Just don't forget about me when you out-level me. I know, I am pretty unforgettable. I know, I get it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love that if you listen carefully enough, you can hear the plate armor, like, jingle. You hear it? You hear my footsteps, but if you listen carefully... I got my laundry down in the washer. Man, I should be down there right now switching my laundry out, but I can't. It'll take too long. Yeah. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I believe there's a YouTube video where somebody lays out specifically on a shaman how to set up the macro to group everybody in the to buff everybody in the group with the one click. It's actually pretty cool. I need it all because it makes the top right of my screen look all pretty. Yeah. It did, but it was on other servers. The two-handed spear and the two-handed pike on an ogre is just ridiculous. It's like we're holding an actual, like, flagpole. It's such a huge graphic. Love how long buffs last. Vanilla WoW was such a pain in the ass to maintain. Yes, it was, Ryan. Yes, it was. I mean, EverQuest got the same way with certain buffs. Certain buffs you cast, they last 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 32 minutes. I'm just antsy. Yeah, keep blaming Crush. As long as I'm moving, the pulls are coming, so... I'll tell you one thing, I can't wait to get over to that Hangor place, man. Like, to get into a new zone that I can actually crawl around in. Oh, dude. I'm on a cultist. I'm gonna get you to Mez and Evoker. Okay, Mez everything but the cultist. Perfect. A1. I'm glad you got that coffee. If it... Nah, not with me in the group. You crazy? My interrupt's down for the surge. I think they're going to maintain the box price and not transition to it. Oh no, it's not about transitioning. There will be a subscription. I can almost promise you. They are not sure what they're going to do, but I'm telling you what they're going to do. They're going to have a price tag on the box, and it's probably going to be $49.99, just like EQ, just like WoW. And then you're going to pay $15, $17 a month for a subscription. That's what I would think. They might not want to do that, but they need to get the money in to keep the servers running. They need to get the money in to hire staff. Even if they didn't expand their staff any bigger than it is right now, and the game comes out, they're going to need to make their team bigger even after launch to get any other future content into the game. The only way they can do that financially is through subscription. There's no other way to do it. I believe they're against microtransactions. I believe they don't want to do cosmetic stores. They don't want to do a bunch of stuff. So they can't make money that way. They're not going to do an in-game currency like the Chrono, so they're not going to have that option. Their main option is going to be monthly subscription. From here, I really don't need any. I mean, I could still get the wrist and the gloves, but I've heard that there are weapons over in Mad Run that have procs on them, and that's interesting to me. Hey, visibility, what's happening? He had floated cosmetics for things like housing and boats. Housing and boats I could see, but even that is not going to be enough to keep the company up. They're going to need to have that extra money. And regardless of people's opinions about wah, I don't like the subscription, I'm not going to pay, then don't pay, don't play. But they're going to charge subscription. That hasn't changed. That hasn't changed. All the big games out there require monthly subscription. Final Fantasy XIV, World of Warcraft, EverQuest 2. Like, they all need that support. They don't have other avenues. Visionary Realms doesn't have a stable of games. You know, they have Pantheon. That's what they're working on, Pantheon. So, it's going to come down to monthly subscription, and they should do monthly subscription, because I need this game to flourish. I need this game to come out and be sustainable for Visionary Realms, and to do that, they have to do monthly subscriptions. They're more than likely going to gray area the answers for the next year or so while they do development, because I've seen Joppa get asked that a bunch of times in his chat about the whole monthly subscription when I watch the VODs back, and I can tell you the game should have monthly subscription, period. Charge for every expansion, $49.99 for the first game, or $59.99 for the initial $15 or $17 a month, whatever the going rate is right now with most games, and then $39.99 for any expansions, if they choose to go the expansion route. That's what they need to do. That will keep them in business. They've been doing it with EQ for 30 years. No viewer is going to have a more sensible, stable opinion than what I just said. Not a thing. I've been a business person for decades. There's no other option that's going to make the company sustainable. There isn't. They should do monthly subscription. And if people aren't going to like it, well, stop subscribing to the game that you already subscribed to and subscribe to Pantheon. That's what it comes down to. But my honest opinion would be, you know, $49.99 or $59.99 for the initial game, because it's going to be a new game and they won't release it until it's some kind of finished product. So it's not like you're it's not like you're going to get early access and then early access 2. That's not going to happen. It's going to be early access and then retail. Once it hits retail, it's going to be a full product. Whether it's buggy, whether it's flawless, it's going to be a full product. So they need to charge full price for a game. No exceptions. People can't say, oh, well, if you charge $39 for early access, why can't you charge $39 in retail? Because that's the whole point, and if you don't understand, don't play the game. Just don't, please. Don't ruin it for me. Don't ruin it for all the other people that are going to play, right? They need to do an initial buy-in, they need to do a monthly subscription, and they need to charge for expansions. Period. That's the mechanic, that's the equation that has worked for 30 years. Early access was already set at $40, which is the game box price. Wait, $40 is what they're going to charge at retail? Early access is never the cost of retail. I've early accessed a bunch of games and I've paid more for the retail. Just because a price is early access, that's not the price for retail. Early access doesn't count as being a finished product. Early access is the same thing as alpha, beta, pre-alpha. I never understand the hate for the sub model. I'm subscribed to 3 video on demand services, Audible, yeah, Stogrim. That's exactly it. That's the whole reason. That's the whole. If people out there on the internet don't understand how business is done, don't bother yourself with the business. Just don't bother. Like, what are you expecting? They've spent a decade trying to get this thing out. They're now in a situation where they can get this thing out, even though it may take a bit longer. What are you expecting from them? Are you expecting them to hand you a free game because it's been in development for 10 years? No, that's not going to happen. It's initial buy-in, it's monthly subscription, it's buy-in for expansions. That's what'll work for them, that's what will keep the game going. Microtransactions won't really work, and here's why. Because a lot of the initial population to the game is going to be the older crowd. It's not going to be the younger crowd. Older crowd, the majority, don't care about cosmetics in their house. They don't. It's not a thing. I don't care about it. I have no interest at all. The only reason I would have for any kind of ships would be to get me from one continent to another. That's it. What they have right now is what I want on multiple continents. That's what I want. I will pay for the initial price. Well, I don't have to because I already bought in. I mean, I've paid more than what this game will be worth to you guys who haven't bought into it. I've been a backer of this game for 10 years. Online games need server maintenance. Never mind what somebody thinks about, oh, blah, blah, blah. If they have this many people and they charge this much for the box price, then they have this much money for all the staff. That's more than enough for a small team. No, it isn't. You have no idea how businesses run. Like, stay quiet. Stop typing your ignorant opinions. People are going to be typing that for the next year and a half. And it'll be the same reason, the same excuses all over again. This is the model that works. This is the model that's worked for 30 years. 30 years. Longer than most of the gaming population that's going to be in this game has been around. Or has been in front of a computer. And that's the model that works. That's the model that always works. I don't know, as long as the group stays together. I mean, I still have probably 3 or 4 hours left. I mean, if the group wants to go 3 or 4 hours, I got 3 or 4 hours. The only thing I won't do, I won't bring in new people for 20 minutes of gameplay, because that's one of the dickish things I could do. I'm not doing that. I will end a group before we do that. Unless the individual knows they're only getting a limited amount of time. Sniping people like that, like I've spent too much time in the last 3-4 years with other games jumping in, and then all of a sudden 20 minutes later someone's like, oh, I gotta go, and then someone says, oh, I gotta go, and then the group's done, and I'm like, okay, I'll just sit here with my sword up my ass. It really bothers me when people band-aid people in. Like, I really, really dislike that, because that person's gonna dislike you. And that could be a hell of a person. You just got into the group and all of a sudden now you'll never group with them again. I tell my chat all the time, I still use the old school method. I have a notepad where I write down names. Names in the front of the notepad are people that I will call on 8 days a week, 366 days a year. Names in the back of my notepad, I hope I never see them again, and if I get in a group and they're there, I'm going to politely come up with an excuse and bow out. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to pull the golems. We can pull the golems. They're up now. Oh, Chadrick. You want to come out to the ramparts here and help me lull this thing? You've got about 8 seconds. They could increase the box price for the game on launch, but it won't affect owners of early access. That's true. Well, and that's the whole point. That's what I keep telling you. Like, not you as in you specifically, but that's what I keep telling you guys in general. People come in here all the time, and the most popular question I get asked is this game worth buying now? And my answer has been the exact same thing every time. Yes. If you want in at the lowest possible price for the best deal, you buy the game now. Even if you're not going to play early access for the next year, next 2 years, whatever, you buy the game now so you have it at the cheapest price, if that's your thing. If you don't care about the price, then just wait till it comes out. But it will not be this price when it comes out. But if you want this game for the best price, you buy it now. And there's no other discussion. There is no other discussion. I've already bought the game. I'm already in. I bought what would be the equivalent of a whole lot of copies of the game. I'm good. I mean, look at it this way. I bought this game 10 years ago. I bought this before this existed. And people will think, well, you were crazy to buy a game back then when it wasn't even made. No, I was hopeful that I was going to get the next EQ. And that is exactly what we're getting. I don't know what's due to spawn now. Is the bridge due to spawn? I think the bridge is due to spawn, right? I don't think we broke the bridge. No, we have been pulling the bridge, right? Yeah, we pulled the evoker. I think this guy's due to spawn here. And, like, people will say, oh, well, you know, I don't have the money at this time. Well, if you don't have the money at this time, you definitely won't have the money at retail. So the second you get the money during early access, you pick up the game during early access. You don't have to play a second of it, but own it now. Get it at its cheapest. Like, there's no discussion about it. You go to Tim Hortons and get a coffee. You go to Dunkin' Donuts and get a coffee. You subscribe to Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime. You subscribe to EQ and World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy and all sorts of stuff that all do take money from you every day. Like, come on. Like, you know, knock it off. In the nicest, generalist sense of the term, knock it off. Ryan, the chat won't allow that comment because of the language. I have the channel set to like all ages, but yeah, that's a valid point. That's a valid point. One of our viewers here just mentioned that they ordered 5 guys, and that came out to about the same as the price of this game. That's funny. Well, it's like I said, man. People come up with the silliest of excuses about why they won't buy into the game now at its cheapest. And it's just something as simple as a fast food order. Even 3 fast food orders. 2 fast food orders anyways. Like, come on. Again, like I said, knock it off. That's what it comes down to. Knock it off. $18 a month is what? 1 meal at a restaurant? So, you know, people can fast. So if you have to fast 1 day out of the month, there's your $18 for your monthly subscription. Knock it off. There's so many ways to slice the pie when it comes to knocking it off. So just knock it off. That's the thing now. Knock it off. I mean, my coffee in a month, man. I could, yeah, you know, whatever. Think about coffee. If you drink coffee at least once a day and you don't make it at home, go ahead and add that up right now based on 22 days of the month. Go ahead. I'll wait. And the thing is, people like developers and publishers and employees of these gaming companies, they already know all this and they can't say anything. They have to sit and watch people type this stuff in their chat and they have to look at it and skip over it because they know it's just going to lead to a whole bunch of nonsense. Knock it off. I'm going to get a shirt. It's just going to say knock it off. I think knock it off is now going to be a thing as of this evening. It's going to be knock it off. That's number 8. We've just had the same armor piece drop for the 8th time since last night. It dropped all 5 times we had loot last night. We ended up with the leather tunic. The leather tunic, the exact same leather tunic, has dropped 3 times tonight. I buy and brew Tim Hortons, by the way. Do you, Stogrim? Dude, I love my Tim Hortons. I got my Tim Hortons right here in my thermos. My breakfast of champions. The only cosmetics I want are the ones I find while moseying my ass around some random dungeon. Exactly. Like, dude, EverQuest... so, for those... I forgot the taunt. For those who never played EverQuest 2, next to Star Wars... Now, you guys might not get these references. Star Wars Galaxies. Not the Old Republic. Not Knights of the Old Republic. Star Wars Galaxies, the OG MMO, had the single greatest creation of building in any MMORPG, period. All of them. The next was EverQuest 2. So I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy and I love this game and I'm only down here so you guys can get XP. I'm not here for me. I haven't been here for me since last night. I don't care if I come back down here again, but I know this is worth XP because as long as everybody's here, and I picked people who I thought would not waste a lot of time, we could get as much XP as possible down here for 3, 4, 5 hours. That's all I'm thinking about. There's nothing in this game for me right now gear-wise, I'm assuming until level 30 or until Wednesday, and I can't keep away from this game till next Wednesday. The withdrawal will be too awful. I like the crawl. I said this 100 times in the past month. I do this for the crawl. I love the crawl. You know, you guys have been all great in the group. We've had no arguments, no flagpoles up anybody's arses. It's been going great. So that's the whole reason I'm running this. If it wasn't for that and I didn't like any one of yous, we wouldn't be here right now. Last night was really good. Oh, we got 2 here. I'm on the Disciple. They're just bad players. It's just bad players. Hey look, I know how it's run. I was a nobody on this server until about 2 weeks ago because I kept advertising for group and nobody would take me. But then when people started getting desperate for groups and they saw that I had something together, that's how I built my name. So I totally get it. It's unfortunate that there are players that think that way. You are correct. Like I said, just don't get too far ahead of me with the levels. I still need people I need to find so I can group with. So let me tell you the honest truth. I've been doing tanking for many years, and the one problem that I have, and I'm still trying to get over it, is I can't trust anybody else. Like when I get into a group and I start running a group, and the reason why I'm pulling all the time here is because I've done it for like the last 15, 16 years, but I do it because I can trust my own decisions and I can take responsibility for my own screw-ups. But I've had situations where others have been designated pullers and it's been nightmare scenarios and it causes people to leave. And it might sound elitist on my part to think like, oh, I'm fantastic at pulling, but I've got a lot of practice with this stuff. I take the time that's needed to understand who to pull, when to pull, what to pull. And again, it comes back to why we're down here. We're down here because I kind of figured you guys wouldn't waste a lot of my time. And as long as I kept the pulls coming, we all get XP. Like I can keep pulling and pulling and pulling. But in some cases, people will be like, oh, let's take a break, or let's all rebuff at the same time, and then all of a sudden the group stops and that slows down pulling, and that causes us to have to re-break certain situations. And I usually just ask the group to stagger buffing, meaning that buff while we're fighting. Like it's to a point now where it's not really that complicated. But I'm just here for the XP. I could care less about any loot or what have you. And that's the reason why I decided this evening to say that we were coming back down here as opposed to going to new pastures, because I knew that I would be able to get more pulls per, let's say per second, down here than probably any other area in the game right now. Well, and that's what I mean. That's all part with the pull. Like I can keep pulling non-stop, and there's only like a minute and a half slowdown. Right. Pantheon is probably the best diet too. You'll be so addicted you won't eat. Ryan, you have no idea, my friend. You have no idea either. When I got addicted to EQ 10 years ago with the progression servers, I spent many an evening where I completely had forgotten to eat, and I actually did lose weight. So it actually worked out for me on the plus side. I'm not saying everybody should do that, but I'm just saying I find it funny that you typed that because I was actually one of those individuals. Hey V, do the mobs in this spot drop different items? They do, but right now, so they've been experimenting with drop rates, increasing and decreasing, because like 3 weeks ago, a lot of stuff was dropping, probably more so than it should have been. They modified it and dropped it down, but then all of a sudden, next to nothing started to drop. They're constantly trying to find a nice mix of, you know, when stuff will drop without flooding it and without droughting it. So they're still tweaking it at the moment, but there is stuff that drops down here. You can get leather stuff down here, cloth stuff down here, chain stuff down here, and plate stuff down here. And you can also get weapons, but they're not often. Oh, this guy's got shield wall on. So we've had this stuff drop. The Wisp metal armor, which is the plate armor. This is the first plate armor that's available. So this is the first stuff to drop, and it drops down here. So we have the Wisp metal sabatons. We have the Wisp metal breastplate. We have the Wisp metal helm. We still need the wrist and the gloves. We're using chain armor at the moment because that was the best that was available up until this level. And we had a friend of ours made us our shoulders, which is absolutely phenomenal. They're ridiculous. So I'm pretty well geared. I'm probably one of the best geared tanks on the server, if not in the game at the moment. For this level. For this level. Hey. Now, we're set up camp here. There's still this whole area over here. This area here, this area all over here. It extends over here, and then I believe there's a wraparound in the back here. But the problem is, there's a situation, I don't want to call it a bug, but there's a situation that happens with these golems when they get down to almost dead, and it can cause them to get into almost an invulnerable state where they can't be killed, and then you have to draw out the combat pretty long in order for the mob to actually die. It doesn't happen too often, but if you get over there and you pull one and it does that, it'll stay invulnerable long enough for something else to roam by, and then your group's pretty much dead. Because you can't crowd control these guys. These guys are immune to mez and so on and so forth. You can root them, but you can't mez them. You can't change their state. And that's by design, which is a pain. Hey, Chadrick? Yeah, I need you out here to lull. I mean, you could tank here if you want. Is that just down the hall to the left from the map room farm? Wait, where we are right now, you mean? This area here? The map room, I believe, is on the other side of the dungeon. That's over where the monks are. That's the room with the big map on the wall, right? Or do you mean the room up where the ghosts are? There's groups that set up there that pull ghosts to that spot. That's way up from where we are. That's quite a distance. The ghost map. Okay, yeah, no. This is where we're at right now is way down from there. We're in a problematic area because we have nowhere to go if it goes sideways. The orange part of the map? I don't know what you mean by orange part of the map, but I will tell you, we're at the high point of the map. So the highest levels, we're roughly there. Now, with that said, there's an area down past the Black Rose. So, before you get to that map room with the ghosts, you're in that hallway with all the miners and the crew bosses and what have you. If you're looking down the hallway, and the ghost room is off to your left, all the way down to the end, you end up finding a couple of guards that are a higher level than the rest of the area, but you can't go any further. It's like it's cut off. There's like a door there, but there's no way for you to get through it. I'm assuming they're going to add that area at some point, but it's not available right now. So this one, you go into the ghost room, you go down the stair, you come into the ghost room, you see the door right to your left, the open archway. You go through that, you go down some stairs, you wrap around again, you go down some more stairs, you drop down this giant hole, you fight a whole bunch of these crypt fiend type dudes through this hallway, this cave network, and then you get to this point. So it's definitely a crawl to get to where we are right now. But this is the best place to come for our level for experience. I don't want two of those, so I'm going to wait till that guy paths back. But I have some pretty solid players in this group this evening, so it's another reason why we came down here. Unless... So, I can tell you this, and they've already said it multiple times, unless there's some kind of exploit that comes out that breaks the game, there will not be a character wipe until 1.0, period. They've already said that. Right. They're also going to lose testing, because as we level, we don't have like 30 plus content. Like, they're trying to flush in the 20 plus content right now. They haven't done anything for the most part for 30, at least 30 to 40. There are a lot of places people are going and they're not getting any gear for it. Yes. What's holding them back right now is the size of their team. That's Tunic number 9. This is Chad. I'm no longer coming down here with you because ever since you and I have been down here, it's been Tunic after Tunic after Tunic after, and the only thing that is similar for the last 2 nights is that I was here with you. Hey Charp, what's happening? Our warriors, sword and board class in this game, we can do all of it. We can do so. Here's the cool thing about warriors that the other tanks don't have. Warriors learn all the weapon types. I learned the one-hand axe, the one-hand sword, the one-hand club, the one-hand hammer, the two-hand sword, the two-hand axe, the two-hand club, the two-hand whatever, the dual wield, all of it. We learn all the weapon skills. Now, as far as tanking goes, sword and board. Anybody that tries to tell you that dual wield or two-hand works with a warrior for tanking, they are a horrible tank. Do not listen to them. Warriors excel with sword and board for tanking, period. But the cool thing about warriors can switch to DPS, which is fantastic. Their banners allow them to be versatile, I guess you could say. I can play both a tank and a DPS role. I can bring in a paladin or a dire lord or another warrior and tank, and I can switch to a DPS, and I can do just as much DPS as other DPS classes in the game. I have the weapons, I have the knowledge. Like, it's what they've done. People don't understand what they've done with these classes in this game is phenomenal, because they've allowed all the classes to fit in multiple roles. What this means is I've grouped, so there are 6 people in a group, right? You see on the left-hand side, 6 people in a group, myself and 5 others. I have grouped with dire lord, paladin, and warrior in the same group. I have grouped with paladin and warrior. I have grouped with dire lord and warrior. I have grouped with 3 warriors in the same group for a crawl through a dungeon of difficulty, because we all coordinated all of our abilities so that we didn't duplicate anything. And it was phenomenal. 3 warriors in a group that know what they're doing is absolutely fantastic. And most players would sit there and go, "That's ridiculous. That doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't you put a rogue in there or a wizard or blah blah blah?" It doesn't matter. The point is we did it. It's possible. You have to understand your class. You have to learn your class. Don't talk out your butt, and don't listen to anybody else talking out of their butt. Warriors are fantastic. Paladins are fantastic. Dire lords are fantastic. Rangers are fantastic. Monks are almost fantastic. They're a work in progress currently. The healers, the cleric and the cleric and the shaman, they're fantastic. The necromancer and the summoner, those guys, man, they're fantastic. Every class in this game is fantastic. There is no one single group of classes that is complaining about their class. And there are so many people who have rolled multiple tunes because they're afraid of being hooked on their first tune and not getting a chance to play the others. Like, this game is having that effect on the player base. Oh, he got iron. Oh, shoot. He got shield wall. That's okay. He's dead now. I love the warrior. This is my 4th warrior. I played warriors all through the seasons, and I went warrior right into early access, and I will be a warrior on launch. Period. No matter what they do to the warrior. Okay, paper. I'm gonna pull 2. I'm gonna stay on the Reaver. I'll get you to Mez the Disciple. Wait till they get in here. I like to think I'm also really good at playing the class, so... I do. You should play Destiny 2. There's a bow in that game where you have arc arrows, which is lightning, and as you draw it back, the arrow turns into lightning or whatever, and then you fire it forward, and if you charge the bow up, you can do almost like an AoE effect. Yeah, me too. The raid, I've only done like 2 out of the whole history of Destiny and Destiny 2. I think I've only done like 2 raids, and the rest I could never get done because they spent 10 years with the world's worst social system. And because you had to download, I didn't know for years, you had to download a third-party application in order to be able to talk to people, which is ridiculous. And I could never get raids done. Yeah, but with Discord, you know, any game you can connect in for any reason. But with Destiny, it had to be the Destiny companion app, and they never advertised it in game, so I never knew about it until somebody told me, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? What do you mean I got to download an app on my phone to talk to people on the computer? I'm like. But I love Destiny and Destiny 2. Like they are, you can have so much fun with those games. But the only things that I couldn't do were the raids because, like I just said, there wasn't an LFG chat, there wasn't an OOC chat, there wasn't anything chat. There was just a chat to your fire team, which is you and 2 other people, and that was it. There is, yeah, Destiny 1, when Destiny 1 came out, they didn't have any sort of in-game communication. They had voice for when you jumped into a fire team of 2 other people, but if you had to do a raid, you couldn't, it was virtually impossible to find people. And then they created this mobile app instead of putting LFG channels in their freaking game. And people had to download this companion app to their cell phone, which allowed them to connect to these channels, then pick the dungeon you were looking for, and then see groups that were looking for people to run it's such a stupid setup. And then Destiny 2 came out, and you'd think they would have learned from every single MMORPG or every single MMO game out there, and they didn't, and they kept with the stupid companion app. Now, here's the other thing. There's a website you can go to right now in Destiny 2, and you can punch in all the digits of what you're looking for, like as far as your stats and whatnot, and the website will go into your account, find all the gear you have in storage and on you, and it will piece together every piece immediately. Then you log in game, and your loadout's there already. You don't have to do anything. It is the wildest third-party access that I've ever seen in any game, and Paper, get ready to mez the Praetors on the left-hand side. But I have had a lot of fun experiences with Destiny and Destiny 2. They're beautiful games, but the social system, like I just said, was the most horrendous thing in 30 plus years of the internet that I've seen. Yeah, because Bungie... Yeah, I think Bungie went to, I want to say Microsoft, I think. Warrior is the tank who knows the most weapon types, so it can more easily switch to DPS. Yes, thank you, Stogrim. That's exactly it. I remember going from console to original EQ when it was just ice cubes stuck together for characters, and thinking, oh my god, this is where we're going, this is the next generation of gaming. And then Unreal came out. The teaser trailer of the hangar for Unreal pretty much was one of the first experiences that broke the internet because people couldn't believe what they were looking at. But I remember installing EQ day one, and I remember sitting there and looking at the character screen and going, everything is in 3D, this is going to be fantastic. And it was legitimately, I was looking at the dwarf, and the dwarf is legitimately like 13 ice cubes or 13 boxes all stuck together and painted. And like nothing like what it looks like now if you look at EQ, but if you go to YouTube and look up original EQ, you'll see it for yourself. Yeah. And you are right. The majority of the gaming population right now, across all genres, is the younger generation, just because real life caught up to those of us that are older. With that said, when a game comes out that looks like it's a 20-year-old game, it does gangbusters and wins awards and becomes the next big thing because people are seeing that it's not what they've gotten used to with the realism and whatnot. But for us, it's like, man, we were looking at this stuff back in 1997 or whatever. Like, yeah, it's pretty crazy. My group just said that Pantheon hit a brand new population peak 30 minutes ago. So that's even more people playing the game tonight. More people picked up the game today. More people picked up the game today. That's what that means. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. They all must have been here and heard me say knock it off. Hey, Bullet, Warrior superior to... Well, I wouldn't say superior. All the tanks operate in their own fashion. I'm one of the only warriors I know on this server at this level. A lot of the other tanks that are around this level, 25 plus, are Dire Lords or Paladins. So all the tanks operate in their own fashion, right? The Dire Lord has their essence system, a Paladin has their spells, warriors have the ability to hold all the different weapon types in the game. It's who's behind the wheel. It's who's driving the character. That's what makes the difference. Yeah, I mean... Oh, probably. I think a lot of your guys' higher ups, I think, have been around for seasons, so they probably had all the heads up on this stuff. I gotta relog. I'm getting that graphics problem. It was. I gotta log out of the game real quick. It's gonna reset the graphics problem. Let's look at the population while we're here. So that's the European server. Okay, so looking at this server list, just so you guys know, the population on this server, for example, Whispering Lands 0, this is prime. So the population got so high on this server that it spawned a shard. That's the one here. And then it got so high on this one that it spawned a second shard down here, the 2. The biggest server right now in the game is Black Moon. Black Moon is pretty much full all the time. It's an Eastern US based server, but as you can see, it has 3 shards plus prime. That's how populated the game is right now. It's absolutely nuts. Now they don't have shards turned on our server, so we won't get a 1. We're stuck with Lucent Tree Prime. Because there's just too many people rolled on Black Moon. Way too many people. There, graphics fixed. And I need a quick AFK, so I'll be right back in like 3 minutes. Chat, I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. A couple of people have just taken a quick AFK since I had to take an AFK. And I'm waiting for them to come back and we'll keep pulling. Do I have some? Oh, I do. Hang on a second. Right on. Let's keep pulling. The Drake camps and Avendiers are supposed to be 27 to 30. Really? Interesting. I'm being told that I guess the Drake camps in AVP are 27 to 30. The Drake camps? Have you seen the Drakes yet in AVP? I was just told that they're level 27 to 30. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So to give you an idea, you know where the mountain range is in the middle of the zone where the pink trees are and the snakes? So if you climb up the backside of that and you stand on the ledge behind the pink trees, look straight up to your left and you'll see two talons and this head peeking over the top of the mountain at you. It's one of the drakes. It's pretty cool. And if you come outside of Avelia and you go over towards the skeleton ruins just outside the entrance, and you climb all the way up and run straight back behind the goblins and keep climbing straight up, you're going to come into this treed valley where if you look up to the left on the mountain range, you're going to see a raid mob called Karagos the Watcher. It's a badass dragon. Yep. Yeah, we found... It's true. I found out the hard way in Season 5. We went into that cave thinking we were going to find more skeletons closer to level 10 since the ones at the ruins were like 5 to 7. And we got down through one hallway and turned a corner, and we all got obliterated and had no idea what killed us. When I say obliterated, I mean we didn't even have time to react and we were all dead. The listing of camp filtered by zone. I mean, keep in mind, Necromancer maybe? I decided to mix a drink, chat. We're chilling. Hey, Chiquito, what's happening? The grind is going. The grind is going. It's been a fantastic evening. We had probably the best break into this area that we've had. I mean, last night was pretty smooth, but tonight was even smoother. How are you? What's going on? What were you watching earlier? Started some Witch series. Witch series. Is it a newer show? I think there's 2 Witch shows out right now, right? I think. It's on its 2nd season. Right. Gotcha. The Mayfair Witches, that's it. That's the newest show that's out now. I've seen commercials for that. And then you discover, yeah, that's it. What do you mean? Ogres and dwarves came in around the same time. What sounds are you referring to? And you don't hear that from other races? Interesting. Yeah, that's... I mean, we are ogres. I think we're known to be a little less civilized than, you know, puny dwarves. It's just, oh, good old ads. So, are you just started season 2? Did you? Or has season 2 been on for a while and you're caught up? Are you legitimately having a conversation with that other tune element, or are you just typing because it came up in say? Yeah, I was laughing. I'm like, is he really having a conversation, or is he just answering? Started watching American Prime. Oh, how is it? It's quite good. Netflix comes out with a lot of trash, so it's nice something good happen. Yeah, I've seen the commercial for American Primeval. I'm intrigued, but my issue is I work, I come home, and then I'm here. So I never have time. I like the commercial though. I need to figure out a day of the week and take it off. I can't bring myself to do it. It's very good if you ever watched Hell on Wheels. It's sort of the same vibe. Oh, interesting. Yep, pull him. You can't. Yeah, no, right where he stops, let's stop that time is right where you want to hit him. Off to bed, probably tomorrow, doing a good long session. Okay, man, well, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I don't want to move that. That wasn't the right spell. Yes, it was. Why didn't it give the little pink icon? If you, yeah, if you run out to the bridge and turn and look north, you'll see a whole area with golems. There's a whole other area over there, but the only reason we don't go over there is because of the possible bugged out golem issue that happens. Because there's way too many golems over there. And if we get two in the same pull, it's pretty much a wipe, because they can't be CC'd. There's too many of them, and Celestium Bolt... Where's the ladder? Right there. I'm coming. I'm coming. Yeah, 15 seconds to the monk, right? Yeah, I ran across the bridge and out, and there was nothing up. And I was like, okay. So I went over and I took a look at the golem thing to see if... Normally, if you look over where the golems are, there's a golem by a pillar. And normally, if he's by himself, you can pull him as a third option. But I didn't trust myself to try and pull him because I didn't want to pull 2, or 3, or 4, or have some screw-up happen to the group. So I decided not to pull him. It worked out. But yes, there is a whole other section to the north of us, but probably Wednesday, I may try and put a group together to come down and get over there, because I want to get over there and see what's there. I don't know if it goes on to another area. I don't know if there's, higher level mobs there to take you to 27 or 28, but I want to see what's over there before I finally, give up on this place and look for new pastures. With that said, if you guys would have to be willing to die if pulls go bad. I mean, we might get over there and everything goes well. We might get over there and everything could be a nightmare. We might get over there and it could be every 3 or 4 pulls we end up getting in a bad situation. I have no idea. But so far tonight, we seem to be handling the golems quite well. I wouldn't think 20% would be it. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah. Jump like that in Lotro would have you jumping for 6 days. Oh, we aren't moving anywhere just yet. I was just saying there is a whole other area to the north of us that I haven't been to yet. I didn't mean to make that sound like we were going, because I would rather you level rather than go over there, because if you die, 5%, that's a bit to work back. Which ability is in my 5 slot? Oh, that would be Pulverize. That's the upgrade to Smash or Crush. Right here, Pulverize. You get it level... So, as you level up from level 20 to 40, you end up upgrading your Smash ability, your Smash and Pound ability. So Pulverize is the level 24 version of that ability. It keeps upgrading as you go up. You're right, Ryan. Age of Conan did do that. Hey, Mal, what's happening? Did you catch Joppa's stream comments on the warrior? No. He seemed to backtrack on paladins being the shield tank and spoke of warrior being more shield focused in the future? With a couple more shield skills on the way. Interesting. I mean, I seem to be doing just fine. I mean, I'm all for shield abilities, whatever they plan on putting in, but... I mean, we still have an empty spot here, right? That I don't have anything socketed into. I wonder what they could be adding. At least, I think the warrior's just fine. I'm all for it. I'd be down for some more shield. I mean, what else could they do? We have a shield skill that absorbs damage. We have a shield skill that interrupts. What else could you do with the shield? Give another interrupt? I mean, we already have a taunt. We have a taunt refresh. I don't know. I don't know what other shield ability we could get. We have a dash. We have a maneuverability jump. Maybe people are just bad at playing a warrior? Maybe? Maybe people are just bad at playing warriors. I don't know. I love my warrior. He didn't say warriors were weak other than soloing, just that was their intended fan. Oh, interesting. Well, I'm intrigued to see what they do with it. I mean, we have a shield block and a shield slam. What else can you do with a shield? I don't think a throw is necessary. I mean, we have a bow and arrow. We have a dash. Have you seen all the footage of like Joe Manganiello and all his friends in Hollywood, and they all get together and play, and there are Hollywood actors out there that are actually hired to go around and DM missions and stuff for people? Like, D&D is massive, man. You just don't hear about it. Yeah, yeah. You see his table? He got it in... That's right. I think that's the crew that did his table. Yeah, yeah. Well, what's her name? Speaking of True Blood, the redhead. She was in Daredevil as well. She's paid to go around and DM Dungeons & Dragons stuff. She knows all about it. Oh, dude. Yeah, D&D is all over Hollywood, man. You just don't hear about it. Joe Manganiello was working on a movie series a la Lord of the Rings based on the Dragonlance novels. I don't know how much your guys' nerddom goes into D&D, but he had, yeah, yeah, he had a whole thing written for the companions and everything, and then they shot it down. Yeah. Not TSR. Wizards of the Coast didn't want to do anything. Dude, there's an interview out there you can find where he tells you exactly what he had planned. Like he has the script and everything, or the synopsis. And when he reads it, I'm somebody. So I have a hope chest behind me with 115 Dragonlance novels. I kid you not, and I've read them all. He has a whole synopsis that automatically has you like fixed to the screen, like, please let this happen, please let this happen. And then Wizards of the Coast pretty much shot him down and said that they weren't going to go through with it because of, I guess it had something to do with the success of Honor Among Thieves. It didn't do as well as they thought it was going to do. That was the movie that came out a couple years ago with Chris Pratt. I thought the movie was great. I really enjoyed it. I was waiting for a sequel, but apparently they shot him down, so I guess the live action Dragonlance is not going to happen. And then he had a plan to move it to a TV series, and it still didn't happen. They shot him down again. Deborah Ann Walt. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's who it was, Ryan. Thank you. Matthew Lillard is a massive Cyberpunk fan. Fantastic. You could chalk it up, Chadrick, to the Dungeons and Dragons animated series from years ago. It's just newer. I watched John Bernthal's podcast. Yeah. I saw that too. When she was trying to sell him, I mean, I would think he seemed like he was genuinely enthused. I mean, maybe he was playing it up. I don't know. But man, she was into it. Like, the second he showed the slightest bit of interest, she went all in. Talking about the whole perception role and all the other... It was amazing watching his reactions. It was amazing. Well, they did a movie back in, I don't know if it was the early 90s. I think it was the early 90s. I think it was called, like, was it Robot Wars? I can't remember, but it was about these mech type deals, and it was based off of the idea of what Battletech was. They were trying to bring it into mainstream media, but unfortunately the movie didn't do too well. I'm getting that graphic issue again. You guys see those squares? I... Yeah, for sure. I'll get you to come out here again, Chad. Not yet. He'll have to path away and then come back. He's gonna path in a second. Okay, he's almost here. Okay, go ahead. Funny enough, the Honor Among Thieves grows 55 million over its budget, and I bet they were so dang greedy that it... Yeah. That's what I figure as well, because I remember I read online that it did well. But they called it... They said it failed. I still have a ways to go. I am at 60%. Oh, the Warcraft, good, yeah, good call, Ryan. I forgot about that. I really enjoyed the Warcraft movie. I was surprised we didn't get a sequel. I thought it was really good. I was in. I didn't think I was gonna like it. But when I watched it, I was like, that was really good. That's why I'm standing here. No, that's cool. I don't want my healer to be mad at me. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I need... Yeah, I think Surge went off twice. Excuse me. Did we kill that fast? Ah, that's what I'm missing. There you are. I like how with the plate arbor, if you run around, you listen carefully, you can hear like the jingling and the clanking of your plate. Number 10. That's number 10. The audio is fantastic. I heard today that the sound guys, PVL, added a bunch of sounds to the other side of the continent yesterday. I think it was said that it was like 20 different audio tracks. It's different. I don't know about combat music, I don't remember, but the zone music is different over there. It's a different theme. I mean, the audio and the lighting for me, dude, I'm like, it's phenomenal. I'm rooted, or mezzed, in front of the light pillar. Never mind, I'm out. I think for these guys, Smoke Trick is the worst one. Yeah. I mean, he is iron-willed, you know, he is iron-willed, and Tier 3 is iron, so, you know, maybe. We had the boots, and the night before I think was the helm. Yes, strength. So cleric's attacks are strength and wisdom? What am I missing for gear? As far as plate goes, I still need gloves and wrists. I need earrings also. And I guess there are earrings in the game. I just haven't found them. The group was talking about intelligence earrings earlier, but intelligence isn't the stat I'm looking for. Gloves dropped at entrance of HC when I was in there. In plate? Really? In the entrance? My chain gloves dropped at Black... Well, these ones dropped at Black Rose. But I have the gloves from the Ratkin in the bank at the moment. So, we have some Vesper hide shoulder pads. Leather, 16 armor, 1 con, plus 10 to mana. The only tunes I could use them, I already have it or better, so go ahead and greed roll anybody who wants them. People rolling too many alts, man, to get all this gear. Like, I understand having alts, but the alts at this point in the game should be for testing. Like, people are holding on to gear to give to alts as if they're ready to start to an alt and then jack it up with gear. That's not good testing. Because when the game launches at retail status, you're not going to jump in and have this gear available for 25 levels. Like, I feel like a lot of players are missing the point of early access. I've met a lot of players who have like 4, 5, 6, 7 different tunes, and they all say that they want to get the gear for such and such tune. And it's like, okay, well, greed roll for it. And then they just outfit their tunes. But the problem is, if you have a bunch of tunes and you outfit a tune and then come in at level 1, that's not a true test of the game. That's just you playing around. I don't know. I don't know. I guess my mentality must be messed up. To me, early access is testing. Testing is not twinking a tune and then jumping into the game. You have quite a few, but I do not see the point of getting a tune over level 20s there still. Right, yeah, that as well. Like, I've held on to the gear that Krushnek has gotten to give to my Paladin and Dire Lord if and when I have time to play them, but I'm not going to give them right away. Like, I'm going to wait till the level 20, or even level 15, and then give them the gear, because I know how long it takes to farm the gear. But I'm not going to give into it right at level 1 and then go through, because that's not a good, that's not a good testing ground. That doesn't help. That ruins it. I mean, you playing X class now doesn't mean that class is going to be the exact same as it is now a year from now. I don't know. I just think it's weird. I just think it's weird. Like, people shouldn't be in the mentality of playing the game with twink tunes. Because if anything at all, you'll lose interest over the next year. I mean, I'm concerned with wanting to play another tune because I'm going to want a group, and I'm going to end up grouped with people who've already twink tunes out. So, you know, what's going to happen is I'm going to lose aggro as a tank because other people have, you know, 12 times the efficiency. Oh, I'm getting the light bug again. I'll get it. Ooh, could you imagine? That would defeat the whole purpose of camping. Angor is also 24 to 30. I do have my cold. I have my cold and my toxic glyphs. There are two. There are two, yeah, two statics. they have all the gear over there. You mean the biggest con game in the history of con games? Yeah, but they need to glue everything together though. It's not a complete game, right? Like you guys have sections you guys can play. I had two folks complain in a group because they wanted to roll gear for an alt, but I would only let folks who were in group that could use the item roll unless no one wanted it. Yeah, exactly, Stogrim. Exactly. If nobody wants it, then it goes to greed. Anybody who's in a group and is expecting first drop loot to automatically count alts is a moron. And if you're one of them that's listening to this stream, I hope you take offense to that, because any gear that drops in a group should be offered to the group first, and then alts after. Come on. Knock it off. Star Ocean, Star Child, Star Trek, Star Wars, your engines. Rats. We have a few seconds. I'm going to make paper lead again and relog real quick because my graphics have been glitching out on me for the past 20 minutes. It's getting annoying. Every time I get to the bridge now, everything goes dark, and then all of a sudden everything goes all little blocky squares everywhere. I think it's something to do with NVIDIA, because a lot of AMD people are not having the issue, and a lot of NVIDIA people are having an issue. I mean, that too. You don't have it this zone acting up where the lighting starts to go all blocky and artifacting. I will set mine to 0 too and see if that does anything. Well, I just did the same thing, and we shall see what happens. That's interesting because typically AMD is the one with all the issues. I've always been Team AMD. Man, look, I was Intel and Nvidia in the beginning a long time ago, but then I got what was my AMD processor? I think it was the AMD. It was just after the Intel had the Intel 2 Duo. AMD had the... Oh shoot, what was it? I can't remember. Anyways, I absolutely loved it. The fact that you could get a processor for a fraction of the price of Intel and it ran as good, if not better. So I went AMD. I did it. The Phenom, that's it, yes. I did AMD forever. I think, like, I have AMD, like my system right now I think is an X3800. So it's an older processor. But my graphics card is NVIDIA. It used to be AMD until like last year. I forget what I was doing. I was doing something and I was having computer issues, and I borrowed my buddy's NVIDIA card, and I ended up buying it off of him because he wasn't using it, and it actually fixed whatever problem it was that I was having. But I'm NVIDIA now. I'm concerned about what to do in the future. I mean, the 50 series is looking pretty good, but I'm sure AMD has their stuff up their sleeve. I mean, AMD just did a rework on the 9800X3D. I think they gave it 16 cores. That should be interesting. Okay, Stogrim, have a good night, man. Yeah, I've been a big proponent of AMD for a long time. We have what? I think that's too high a number. 5,500 maybe? Are you sure it's 55,000? If there were 50, like, just as an example, if there were 56,000 players playing this game right now, these guys would have a full game by now. That's a lot of money. Yeah, like 56,000, that's like release numbers. For release, but still release numbers. I thought I was told that once they moved the game into the Unity 6 engine for the optimizations, that I think they were going to be able to increase player caps, I think, per server. That's true, but I think there are two. I think there's an overland and an underland, or like a cave, like an interior and an exterior. No idea. I'm fairly certain that Wednesday's patch is specifically levels 20 to 29. Which means we'll have to figure out something to do Wednesday, because if Wednesday is now their patch night, I got a feeling we won't have access to the game for half the stream. What am I going to do Wednesday night? I have no idea. Unless they do it daytime. I could cross my fingers and hope they do it daytime. I mean, it would make sense to do it daytime because I believe the majority of the populated servers are East Coast. So if they do it in the daytime, that would get everybody home in the afternoon and evening. Oh, hey, Farmer, I didn't see your message. What level am I? We're 25 currently. Almost 25.7. Oh, there's two of them. What are you going that way? I'm gonna come in with a Shadow Hand and a Disciple. I'm gonna be targeting the Shadow Hand. Please mez the Disciple. That's awesome. It looks cool there. Dude, this dungeon has been a lot of fun. This whole game, man, has been a lot of fun. So much fun. I can't stop playing. I am absolutely addicted. And the game is doing fantastic. I think the game right now is at an all-time high for active players as of this evening, which is nice to see because They were at an all-time high last weekend, and they beat it this weekend, which means the game is still growing, which is fantastic. The word's getting out there, people are realizing what this game is, and a lot of people are digging it. And I couldn't be happier because I need this game to come out. They were talking about what they're going to do about servers. Oh, did they? What did they say? We shouldn't even care at this point. That's what you should do. Just give them away. Just give them to people. Whatever. People just don't like, a lot of people haven't figured out, especially the Steam population, they haven't figured out how much of the game is hidden behind the whole climbing mechanic. There's 4 different locations in Thronefest I can go to for whatever resource I'm looking for, and just be up there all by myself for hours just running around looting everything. Yeah, people also don't realize that, you know, money jumps from like the base game to manor. You get to manor and it jumps to silvers, and then you jump to Halnirs and you get up into the golds and spend enough time in Halnirs and all of a sudden you've got plats. Like, I think I'm up to 4 plat right now. They were just mentioning about the load of players on one given server. So stability for 1. Gotcha. I was just gonna say, I don't forget those people. Well, I can promise you, if I take the time to throw a group together, spend a half hour to an hour trying to find people, get them together, get them to a location, start doing something, and then somebody says, oh, my friends have logged in, I'm going to go join them, that name gets written down. It's happened every time. I'm not even exaggerating. That just screws the whole group. I'm not down with that. You agree to sign on to a group. I give you the guidelines for what the group is doing. If you're not with it, don't join the group. Because if I say, blah, 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 the group is going for 3 or 4 hours, it'd be nice if you could stay the whole time. You say, sure, you get in the group, an hour later, you come up with some excuse you gotta leave. That rubs me the wrong way, because I do as much work as I do to put the groups together for you to kick me in the nuts. I'm only gonna let you do it once. I saw it. I saw it the last second. I thought, oh, I better stop. Yep, I take full responsibility. I can get myself to 32 strength now. I have 32 strength, 24 stamina, 12 con, 14 dexterity. It's my gear, and with buffs, like with the shaman buffs and the cleric buffs and the gear, it gets that high. And my AC now is 248 or 247. And then if I proc my defensive ability, it goes up almost to 300. Charm will use charisma as well, guaranteed. Charisma will be used for charm. No, I'm still getting the graphical thing. It's still happening. Crafting gets substantial. Like once you get into the rare schematics and the rare ores and the rare combinations, the gear gets fantastic with crafting. Way better than what drops out there. Well, not way better, but somewhat better, if not on par. Like my shoulders were crafted and given to me, and my shoulders have +4 to strength and +15 to hit rating. +4 to strength is disgusting. Well, wait till Wednesday. I didn't send my tier 1s are gone. I just don't have room. I have a full schematics bag right now without tier 1, and I still have like 24 or 25 schematics sitting in the bank right now because I don't have room for them. I just swap them in and out if I need them. And that's just for weaponsmithing. But crafting is definitely viable in this game, which I like. Not enough everyone's maintain the necessity of crafting. Yeah, exactly. This game, so far, this game has... So, for those who don't know, you have access to basic crafting gear and items off your trainers, and they're on par or a little less than what you could get out here in the world as drops, because in a lot of cases the drops will be magic or statted, meaning they have a stat of some sort besides AC. A lot of the beginning crafting gear doesn't have stats. They have weapon damage, weapon speed. Armor would have AC, and that's about it, for the most part. Then you get into Tier 2, and you start getting into more magic recipes. But also, you'll find crates or chests out in the world that have a chance to drop uncommon and rare schematics as well. Then in Tier 3, crafting really opens up. Like, really opens up. Like, we've made some cool stuff. Well, what do I have on me right now that we've made? We have the Iron Captain's War Maul, which is Tier 3. That was a rare schematic. It's rare because it gives 2 stats and more than +1, so you get +3 stamina, +2 dex. We have our current weapon which was crafted, the Iron Survivor's Broadsword. That gives 8 damage, 2.8 delay, which is really good, but also gives +3 to agility and +2 to constitution. A lot of dropped gear around that same tier would be like +1 to a stat or +2 to a stat. So in that respect, crafting kind of has an edge, unless you're in some kind of regular group running the same zone over and over again, killing a bunch of names. However, the game is not optimized right now with items for that to be a situation. So that's not a situation right now. So right now, crafting Tier 2 Plus is way more important than people would think it is. If you can get a crafter to make you Tier 2 stuff, or even Tier 1 statted stuff, you are laughing. I have a cultist and an evoker. I'm targeted on the cultist. Please mez the evoker. That's not good. Five seconds on Mez, or on Taunt. So those perceptions, those purple flash up on the screens, it was explained this week on Joppa's stream how they're intended to work. I don't know if you guys heard this, but if not, I'll say. When you go to an area like Avelia or this place, you get those purple pop-ups. Something is supposed to happen somewhere else in the world, so that if you travel to a different location, you may run past something that detects the fact that you got this pop-up, and it may come up with something that directs you somewhere else or puts you on a quest or does something. So it's not that when you get the trigger here, you're supposed to do something here, but something is supposed to happen or unlock somewhere else in the world, and therefore it entices players to actually explore the whole game world. So as an example, when you go into Avelia and you approach the bank, that's the first perception trigger everybody gets. It could be that when the game comes out to release, you could end up over at Wild's End, and some NPC will speak up and say, "Oh, you've been over to Avelia. Interesting. Do you know so-and-so, blah, blah, blah," and so on and so forth. So it's supposed to be like a whole, you took the time to adventure, or you took the time to explore, so we're going to reward you for your effort. I think it's pretty cool. Like, they want everybody, they're disappointed that not enough people, or not as many people, have actually explored the game since bringing in the new zones. That's why they gave Wizards the ability to port now, as opposed to waiting until later on after the Druid came in, because they want players to be able to have the freedom to go over to the other zones and check on stuff without having to spend hours on end running through 3 different zones. They want everybody to explore. They want people in the new areas from the old areas, so they can test that, run through there, see what's going on, uncover loot, get feedback. Right. I have no idea. Just wait till they turn factions on. That's only temporary. Ogres and dwarves, or ogres and dark mirror, are supposed to spawn on another continent. I don't believe so. They're gonna have their own area. That cave is just a temporary holding point until they get to the point where they can start putting in other continents. They want there to be multiple continents at launch, and they want everybody to be fairly split away or fairly separated, a la EQ. That's why they're bringing ships in. It's going to be like EQ Classic, but just newer gen. Like their whole vision is to bring EQ into today in a new setting. That's what Pantheon is. So ships are going to be the same way. You're going to have to go to the docks. I've seen the docks. If you go to certain zones, you can uncover the docks. So you'll go wait on a dock. A ship will come in. You'll find out where that ship is going. You'll jump on it. It'll travel you or take you to wherever you need to go. So it's going to be just like OG EQ. But all the races should have their own starting cities come launch. Yes. Uh-oh. I got ads coming in. I'm targeted on a shadow hand. There's an evoker. If the evoker adds, Mez the evoker. Hey, Saren, what's happening? It's been a while. Are there instances? No, there are no instances. There's zone lines for now. Um, to separate like dungeon areas from outdoor areas for the time being. I believe at some point the zone lines will disappear. I believe they're looking for a seamless world once everything is said and done. But no, there are no instances. However, they spoke yesterday, or Joppa spoke yesterday for a bit. Their idea right now is to have the game open world and non-instanced, except for certain raid fights, like bosses. So there may be instances as far as raid content so people can't zerg stuff. But for the most part, the game is going to be open world, no instances. Which I'm all for. I don't want instances. They don't want the game to be sectioned off, right? It's being designed as a social MMO, so they want everybody to be in touch with everybody all the time. Putting in instances doesn't help that. That actually makes that worse. It puts the game in a situation where people don't have to talk to people because they can just make static groups or static guild mates or what have you. At least that's my understanding as of right now. Not. Yeah. Yeah, it's drifting, not flying, drifting. Once you take off, all you can do is go down. Exactly. Amen, says the guy who has to run around holding the shield for frig's sakes. Well, when the vision comes in, humans get screwed anyways. They still end up with the worst vision because their vision doesn't change. It's all the special races that get their visions to change. There's a video online you can find on YouTube that explains the whole vision thing when it comes in. Darkmere will be able to see better underwater than every other race. Ogres and dwarves will be able to see better underground or inside because that's where they're going to be pretty much housed or raised. Elves are going to have some kind of attuned ultra vision, I think, or something. But humans get screwed because humans can be everything. And humans adapt to everything. Except apparently their eyesight, so they're still not going to be able to see 3 feet in front of them. I think that golem's due to spawn, I think. I want to pull these guys. I want to take the group over here. I want to take the group down there, climb up there, climb up here, come over here, take this guy out, set up here for about 10 minutes, pull these guys, pull these two, come up here and get those out of the way, come back down, pull this, make our way over here to the left-hand side and see what's over on this area. But I can't trust the elementals at the moment because there's a glitch that happens and it's a real pain in the butt and it will lead to a wipe if we don't see to it fast enough. Hey Camino, what sword am I using? I am using a rare schematic that I crafted called the Iron Survivor's Broadsword. It's a one-hand sword, 8 damage, 2.8 delay, but it has +3 agility and +2 constitution. As you can see, I can get my strength up to 32, which is monstrous, so I decided to try and work on other points. I'm pretty beefy right now. I would say. I'm pretty beefy. I'm probably one of the beefiest. At least on the server. For my level. For the content that we're doing. Even the shield I have is difficult to come by. You can see from the red and the gold crest, you won't see that outside. You won't see that above ground right now. Don't mind the fuzziness that's happening here. This is a known graphics issue. I can fix it by relogging. I'm just not going to relog. I've already relogged twice tonight. See all that flickering? That's not normal. See, I'm not doing anything. My back is to a light source. That's not supposed to happen. But if I relog, it fixes that and that goes away. I don't know how long the group's together for. We've been together... How long have we been down here? 5 hours? It's been a pretty solid group. I know most of the people in the group. I haven't grouped with them all together before, but we've had a pretty smooth night tonight. We broke into this area pretty smooth. We've had no deaths, no errors, no goofs, no mistakes, which is nice. I love the ogre plate look. I love the mask, or the helm. Reminds me of Dead Space. You better ding before ending the stream. Oh, that won't happen. We're only 23% away, roughly. But that's going to take quite a while to get down here. If I was up for another 4 hours or 5 hours... then we'd probably get the rest of this. A lot of these guys are dark blue, some are even, and then the golems are yellow. But again, like I said earlier, I don't trust the golems to take the group over there because with the bug that's happening, any random golem over there could wipe the group, which is very unfortunate. I might actually relog just to fix this blinking because that light blinking is a nuisance. Hey Calyx, what's happening? What level am I now? We are 25.76. We are an almost full plate, which is fantastic. We're just missing plate gauntlets and plate bracers. We haven't had them drop anywheres. I've been putting pug groups together for the past week, and it's been going fantastic. I think you're by yourself. We're about to find out. Yep. We just hit 15 on the wizard. I'm trying a bunch of different Calyx, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to play other tunes. I'm genuinely afraid. I've got so many contacts in this game right now since the start of early access that have anywhere from 6 to 9 different characters that they're jumping around between because they're absolutely loving all the classes. And I'm afraid to switch. I'm afraid to try another class. I thought I was going to end up as a necromancer because of season 6, but thankfully I gave the necromancer up at the right time to go warrior. But I am concerned. I am concerned. This game is having the EQ addict effect on me. You've loved every class you've tried? That's awesome. I keep telling people that. People keep asking me. They're like, oh, there's clearly got to be one better tank or one better healer. There isn't. All the classes in this game do what they're supposed to do uniquely. Like a Dire Lord is a paladin is a warrior. What makes the difference is who's driving the car. That's what makes the difference. I'm going to have to relog. That's starting to bug me. We'll do another re-clear full, and then I'll relog. I'd be excited because if I was a full-time streamer, I might actually be closer to 30. Although I don't think there's a whole lot of options for content right now from 30 to 40. The patch they're doing on Wednesday, I believe, is supposed to address 20 to 29 or tier 2. So that'll be good. And then I'm guessing they're going to work on tier 3. Part of the reason I've been trying the classes, waiting for more itemized content? Yeah, for sure. You're waiting for the druid to make Jarmina? Oh man, the druid. You've got about a month. I think their plan was at least by the beginning of February. If not the end of this month. So hopefully they stand by their timeline. And you end up with your druid. Once the druid comes in, everybody's going to be crying for the bard. It's going to happen. And I feel like we won't see the Bard until probably closer to the end of the year. At least the fall. Like, the Bard's a long ways away. People don't realize. Cast that early. How dare he? I almost wasn't ready for it. I caught it. All right, go ahead and rebuff. Take 2 or 3 minutes to do an AFK because I got to do an AFK too. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 or 3 minutes. Feel free to get up and stretch. I'm back. I almost fell in and almost had to call 911. It was a humorous joke to the break that I just took. I'm the only one that found it funny. That's fine. Everybody else here? Are you saying I'm full of it? I think we all needed that break. Second wind. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? I know we're up later than usual, so there might not be many people here. I have no idea. But I hope you guys are enjoying your time nonetheless. Well, what are you doing, man? Both hands on the keyboard. Soloing in Eastern Plains. And yeah, I'm here. Right on. How's it going in Eastern Plains, Rod? How long have you been over there? Are you finding it like worthwhile? Or are you like having difficulty maybe finding a group, or did you go over just to experiment to see how you would do solo? I don't know much about the whole solo. I mean, playing a warrior, I wouldn't be soloing anyways. That's a bad idea all the way around. I have 710 right now. Well, I guess we don't have a monk in here, so they probably don't need this fighting staff. It's 8 damage, 3.4 delay, 1 to agility, 1 to con. Monk only. Oh, yeah, look at this. It glitters with an otherworldly energy, an exceptionally quick weapon. Bow stabs hit twice with every attack. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah. You should put it on right now and see how the auto attack goes. Probably like a pop. Just logged in. I camped here. Soloing is good, relatively speaking. Just the EverQuest-like MMO that's eventually will come out. Yes, clackers. This is that MMO. This is the social MMORPG that will come out at the end of early access. We are level 25 currently, and we're doing level 25 content at the moment. It's slow as a shaman, but can solo here from around 19 to 25. Oh, wow. Any idea how long that is? Is it pretty fun so far? Dude, I am addicted, clackers, truth be told. So I will tell you this. They are playing with an all-time high population this evening. Every week since early access started, this game has been exploding in growth. Like Visionary Realms is over the moon with the population that's playing this game. Oh, that's playing this game right now. And there are players, I know a lot of players. I got 2, I'm on an Evoker, please mez the Reaver. Got the first surge. Sorry chat, it's a bit of a hectic fight. Okay, we should be okay. What was I saying? Oh, I can say this. With the population, that's one thing. The other thing is, oh, that was a big bit of damage. There are a lot of players who have rolled multiple classes. Oh, grats on the level. Grats. There are a lot of people who have rolled a lot of tunes because they're afraid to get hooked on the first tune they're playing. Because the classes in this game are fantastic. What they've done with the classes is just, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Tonight, the group has an enchanter, a wizard, a monk, a cleric, and a shaman. And then myself as a warrior. Nope, I need you to walk away. Turn around, walk away. Oh, I'm getting that light bug. I gotta relog. I gotta relog. I'm getting that light bug again. Definitely was a huge EverQuest fan. Was in a top tier guild for years, then quit to go to WoW. When they sold the Daybreak. Yeah, EQ went to Daybreak, and then Daybreak went to Darkpaw, or EG7. Now they are working on an EverQuest 3, but we're still 2 years away from seeing anything solid about it. See, I have classes rolled here, but I'm afraid to start them. Ah, I see that. No traits. Oh, you're walking away. Perfect. Excuse me. I'm on the shadow hand. Disciple must have spawned at the archway. No idea when this fully comes out. You probably won't see anything in a final form until, if I had to guess, I'd say 2026. They still have a lot to add. They're working with the first continent so far. They have multiple continents to bring into the game. They still have 2 classes to bring into the game. And the classes that are in the game currently are still not in any sort of final form. Being in early access, it's still development, right? So nothing is concrete. The way we're playing now could be vastly different 6 months from now. Or it might be the exact same. We have no idea. That's 12. Since last night, like, Chad's not joking, since last night, that's the 12th tunic we've gotten down here. If only I had the bat phone to pick it up and speak to them directly. Say, hey, do me a favor, fix this loot, will ya? Yeah, the mob's yellow to me. Yeah, golems are still yellow. Yellow and light orange for the most part. We don't pull light orange because we're not over in the next section, but even on the yellows, sometimes the taunts don't land. So if you guys keep hitting with DPS for whatever reason and I don't land with all my taunts, he ends up looking at you. Or it could be that he has some sort of mem wipe or some kind of random, like kind of like the striker does, where he randomly chooses a target and then bolts them. I missed the fear on that one. But that's not going to help me. There's two casters. That'd be awesome when it comes out. Okay, Clackers, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Excuse me. Tower of Frozen Shadow was a good one. I remember climbing it when it first came out and we couldn't get to the top because that door was sealed and it was part of the lore of, what's her name, Serena? EC Tunnel. Group is having a discussion about favorite EQ zones. Oh yeah. When the Necros used to go out there and, or the Enchanters used to go out there and charm Kazel, and then they'd bring Kazel to the docks and let Kazel go, and he would kill everybody that went AFK on a Saturday afternoon. Waiting on a boat or camping the crocodiles, the caimans, so you know you had plenty of time for the respawn. So 30-40 people would gather at the dock and just shoot the chat or what have you, and then all of a sudden you'd see in red letters trained a zone, so you thought they were running to, you know, like the Freeport zone or whatnot, but then a necromancer or a enchanter would show up at the docks and say hello and then break their charm and run away, and then Kazel would just wail on people. Yeah, I guess there are no giants of any type in the game at the moment, right? They could be on another continent, too. Ah, gotcha. Those giant Goliath, those the Storm Titans or Chaos Titans or whatever. Yeah, we saw one of those a couple days ago. We were over by that Sky Durban city. We ran around some side, and there was a mini tree fort. Yeah, there some kind of mini tree fort, and we were trying to get there, and then as we approached the entrance, this giant stone whatever just started walking towards us. We were like, okay, we're out. Something like that. Big rock thing that walked with like, almost like walked like a gorilla. If anybody at VR happens to be listening right now, can we please get one plate item to drop this evening? I don't care what it is, not even for me, it's for the group. We've been here now, what, 6 hours? non-stop pulling. It's funny, chat, I'm not in this Vanguard guild, but it seems like the majority of players that are around my level are all in that guild. They're supposed to. That's how you get your armor. The casters are supposed to drop the cloth, and the scouts are supposed to drop the leather, and the utility are supposed to drop the chain, and the tanks are supposed to drop the plate, but that's not the case. I got 2 evokers, I'm on one of them. I am. I'm in the land that doesn't exist. Rats. Cleared pretty fast. Nothing's up. Oh, hello. Come around the corner. Yeah, yellow, even, dark blue. So you could probably get 28 out of this. Probably 28. You'd have to be willing to go over and crawl through the golems, though. You'd have to take the risk of getting a bugged golem. You know, it's interesting. We've never seen what's below there. Have any of you ever been below this area, like where the crypt fiends are, to see what's down here? No, I haven't either. I don't want to put us in a situation where we get swarmed. I mean, maybe at a later time. I'm just curious to see if there's named, like... I see a climbable wall. I see a lot of crypt fiends. Okay. Yep, I pulled it. It spawned while we were out there. Maybe another level? Yes, might be able to squeak out another level. What's beyond that creature you pulled? Wait, what creature? Oh, the big golem dude? More golems. As far as I know. I don't know if there's anything past them. I think there is, but without getting over there, I have no idea. Oh, so we pulled that mob from up there? That's the way we came in. So that's the way we would go out. Excuse me. I gotta say, I didn't expect any of you to be here this late, so thank you for hanging out as long as you guys did. It made this worthwhile. Oh no, I do not. It is 3 a.m. I have to go out for breakfast in the morning. I don't want to sleep in. You're one pull a day? Alright, we'll pull one more. As you heard, stream, this is going to be the last pull of the evening, or at least until my group mate dings. Apparently there are 1 or 2 kills to ding in, but it's almost 3 a.m. I've got to get to bed. Those of you that are still here, thanks for hanging out as always. I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We should be live later today, or tomorrow, whatever, Sunday. Not sure what the game plan is. I mean, this group was talking earlier about maybe visiting a new area, but I'll have to log in and see if they're available. That could be a crapshoot. So, we'll see what happens there. I got 2 coming in. I'm targeted on the Disciple. Just logged out yourself. Gotcha. Here we go. Alright, to be safe, everybody stuck out, please. And again, thanks for hanging out. You guys stayed really I was not expecting you guys to stay this long. So, appreciate it. Hope you guys enjoyed your time here. Alright, you guys have a good night. Okay, chat. Again, that's going to be everything from me this evening. We should be live again tomorrow, today, whatever. We'll see what's going on. You know, feel free to stop back. Regardless, you guys have yourselves a good night or a good day, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.